My goods are of the highest quality. May the stars guide you.
Alright, I'll remember what we're doing here. Okay, we turned in a bunch of stuff of Darnassus at the end of the last run. And so we're now pretty much finishing up most of the remaining amount of Ferelas that we're going to do on the run. We have all the quests over here lined up to where we can do a bunch of them all at once. I guess very slightly interested in the Race to World First. I check in on it every now and again, but I haven't done too much mythic rating on the live versions of WoW. I think most of my experience with mythic rating was TBC, or not TBC, BFA, where I kind of tried it for the first time just because someone I was seeing was like big into mythic rating on live WoW. And my experience with that was wiping on Mythic Gahoon at 1% for like 500 pulls, while I was solo running the orb as an outlaw rogue. So I don't know, I never really got into the retail mythic rating stuff, I guess, as much as some people. That experience of wiping on Gahoon for like weeks at 1% on mythic kind of killed it for me. I was like, alright, I tried it in one expansion. It was okay, but not really for me. I have fun with Mythic Plus on the retail versions of WoW. Like playing with friends on that is pretty fun. That's about the only thing on retail WoW that I think is, like, I guess, fun for me for long periods of time. Yeah, I kind of keep an eye on it, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because I didn't spend that much time mythic rating on retail. Otherwise, perhaps I'd be more into it. The mobs are starting to get pretty tanky here as we get towards the higher 40s. Some of our bleed abilities actually starting to be useful at this point, and not just severely overkill. Oops, got too close before doing my jump stealth there. So we got a new rank of the Pounce Bleed, a new rank of Rip too, somewhat recently. Most of the time, you know, the mob is going to die well before your bleeds actually tick the full duration, but the thing I like about it is you can just kind of put a 3 combo point bleed on something. And then just kind of pool energy for the next mob you're fighting, so you don't open the fight with like 20 energy on the next one. Fucking backstab bug. Sometimes these things die so fast it's not even really worth using the energy on a finisher if you have another mob to kill like directly next to them. I swear this backstab bug is just happening more and more as I level, for some reason. At least we're pretty close to Mangle. Once I have Mangle, it won't be as big a deal when we get backstab bugged. Like a lot of these kind of grindy quests and stuff as we start getting to the early 50s. We might even be almost killing some of these mobs before they even get out of stealth once we get Mangle, since our opener will be a lot more bursty, especially with the Songflower buff out of Felwood. Plus all the bleeds will tick harder too. Technically, I could maybe wait till 47 to do this escort after I do all the rest of the quests here, but it shouldn't really make that much of a meaningful difference. Extra level when we don't really get any new class skills or something. I should be strong enough on a druid to do this right now, I think. There are some 3 pulls and some 4 pulls on this escort, but think bear form should be able to handle that. Although if I was smart, I would have cleared out this Iron Fur Bear ahead of time, since now I'm going to have an extra mob aggroed. Okay, this is not ideal here. Just trying to get everything off of the chicken at this point and onto me. Hey, what's up, friend? Time for everybody's favorite escort. Normally on all my runs, for some reason I always run into trouble finding at least one of the chicken escort items. I've never actually been able to finish all 3 of them since I started speedrunning again on the same run for that bonus XP turn-in. Perhaps this is the one. We'll be heading to Tanaris pretty soon too, so... If I can actually find the chicken quest starter item in Tanaris, maybe I can do the double escort that I talked about on some of the other runs. We escort the turtle and the chicken basically at the same time. Hoping to be a little more consistent with these nightly streams now for Druid as we're hitting the higher levels. Definitely didn't mean to take a 2-day break since the last one, but I ended up getting the last shot of the vaccination a couple days ago and just kind of been lethargic up till tonight. So now that we're over that, should be back on track to have more nightly streams, hopefully. I might just have to... I'm not sure I can do that cat opening when it gets to the 4-pull. Chicken might die before I can actually get all the mobs onto me when it gets to that 4-pull of casters up here. Can you skip the 4? I didn't even know that. Do they just not aggro the robot or something unless you hit them? Alright, I'm just gonna aggro him this time because I'm not exactly sure how you go about skipping this group, but I don't want to have to redo this thing here at the end. Oh, interesting. So they just straight up ignore the chicken as it walks directly through them. That's weird. But I guess that's pretty helpful on some of the classes that can't really handle a 4-pole very well. Like, Druid's definitely one of the easiest ones to deal with, you know, a mass pull on. But yeah, if I was doing like a rogue or a warrior or something, that tactic would probably be a lifesaver. Alright. Well, that'll be good to know. Even Shaman it can be a little difficult on. So yeah, if you're not just a monster tanky bear, that does sound like the best play, just to skip that part. Oh, I see. So you want to be up close to where the mobs actually spawn, and then they just run past you and the chicken and stand around doing nothing? Alright. Shit, we're learning. Yeah, I'll probably try that on the next character I level. Just because even a small chance to fail there is pretty bad, just because of how long that escort takes. To die and then have to restart it over again is like probably like a 5+ minute time loss, not more. Yeah, it's good to know. If I was playing anything else other than like a freaking tanky bear, I probably would have tried it though, because yeah, that pull is pretty difficult for most classes. And Druid's kind of got an easy mode. But it'll be good to know for the future. drop rate on these hides is pretty low, so not too unusual to have to clear out this area like 2 to 3 times to actually finish this quest. That sounds good. You kind of have the same issue over here with the High Wilderness quest where you have to wait on respawns anyway, so you kind of... I like just kind of going back and forth from this Yeti hide quest to the, Oh, backstab bug. Oh, let me get one off. Like back and forth between these two quests while you kind of wait on respawns. I don't think I got one hide out of the like dozen Yetis we just killed here. Yeah, I've been thinking about the next run, and right now I feel like I'm leaning very heavily towards doing a Horde Shaman 1 to 70. Because I haven't done any Horde runs since like 2019. So it'll be interesting to see like the Horde path now in TBC. Plus, it'd be fun to just do a Shaman 1 to 70 anyway, since my other runs were 1 to 60 without the TBC transition. Definitely not 100% sure which would be faster between Alliance and Horde for Shaman, but I feel like Alliance would be a little faster, like 1 to 40, because you get to start in the Draenei area, which is kind of better than starting in Durotar or the Tauren area. Then you also get the Crescent of Forlorn Spirits in the 30s, which Horde don't get. But I think as you get to like 45 plus, I think Horde will start getting a lot faster after that point, and probably catch up to Alliance. Surpass them in the later levels would be my guess. And they start getting the better weapons from the Weapons of Spirit quests. They get like Rune of the Guard Captain, the Ivy Woven Necklace, like, stuff like that that Alliance doesn't get as you get into the high 40s. I don't know. Is it... What is it about Ferelas? I've got like more backstab bugs in Ferelas than I feel like all the rest of the gameplay up to this point. Like 10% of these mobs I just can't backstab after I open on them. Maybe their models are just too big and I have to stand farther back or something. So, I don't know 100% thing. I would lean towards it's not worth it to run into the Blood Elf area for Shaman. Since Shaman don't have a class trainer over in the Blood Elf area. Plus, some of the really good weapons and stuff you get out of the Blood Elf area, Shaman can't use. So I think for Shaman, you're still better off just kind of doing like the old school style where you run down and you get the Cauldron Stir as quick as you can at level 10. Like it's probably pretty close. I don't really see like a huge... I can't really think of like a huge meaningful advantage that Shaman would get out of going to the Blood Elf area. There's like a lot of potential downsides to it, and they don't really get like a huge item upgrade. They have to go a long time without training any class skills if they do that. Alright on, man. Yeah, we were just talking about doing a Shaman 1 to 70 on the Horde side too, to mix it up after this run, so we'll get back into the Shaman swing of things soon. Starting to have a little more success with Shaman in Arena also. I ended up having to switch to healer for Shaman in Arena, and I had never played a healer before in PvP. So it wasn't that great at the start, but we actually got kind of close to 2,000 with my 5s team this week. I think we're up in like the mid-1900s, so I'm starting to get the hang of it. Perhaps I'll eventually do some Shaman PvP streams when I'm not like massively overwhelmed by all the things that they have to pay attention to in PvP anymore. Oops. Probably do a lot more of the AoE bear pulls in Tanaris. These type of mobs, I don't really like the multi-pulls with bear as much, because either you have casters, which are hard to group up, or you're most of the rest of these mobs in this area be it the Yetis or the more melee ogres, are the like really tanky warrior style mob. These two just want to hang out right next to each other. Oh, these two shaman will just not stop holding hands. Okay. Alright, screw it. Let's see if we can burst this down through... Oh, I thought that thing was gonna add, but I guess not. That's kind of the most reliable way I've found to stop things from healing as a druid, is just run behind them and hit them with the backstab when they try to heal. Try to burst them down before they get it off. Sometimes you have to pool energy a little bit before they get to the healing percentage. So you can get them with like a backstab, then a finisher, or 2 backstabs. Is the Warlord a rare? I believe that's just a common mob. Does remind me that I keep meaning to pick up the rare spawn add-on that like scans for them, but I forgot to do that. Okay, let's see if we have any luck finding a Hippogriff Egg. If you find one here, you can get like 6,000 experience for it in Tanaris, which is where we're going next anyway. But, sometimes the spawn is in a kind of annoying spot where you have to go way the heck up in the mountains to actually find an egg, but this time around it's fairly convenient. I believe there's only one egg up at any one time down in these areas, but there's a bunch of different nests that they can spawn at. Some of which are way, way up the mountain out of the way. Okay, let me see if I can find 2 more shaman up here. The warlocks on the northern part should be just about ready to start respawning. I can finish the rest of this ogre quest as we head back up north to the Yeti area. God, this caster is just lighting me up. And druids are so bad at dealing with casters when you have to do a multi-pull and there's something just like chain casting on you. Alright, just need warlocks, which mostly spawn up in the northern area. If we see any warlords on the way back up north, it probably means they've already respawned on the north side. Yeah, we should be good. Unfortunate timing on that spawn. Okay, let's try to finish this one off. I don't finish off this chain here, the orphan one. At some point in this chain, you actually need some consumables from alchemy, so you either have to have your alchemy way leveled up, or you have to buy things off the auction house to complete this chain. So I'll just be skipping the rest of it. A big one that gives the huge reward is finishing this whole chain over here to the east. That's the one that actually gives you the blue leather gloves that have great stats on them. They've got like 11 agility, some stamina. I'll say I have 20 attack power. You do have to go all the way back to Darnassus to turn them in, but once I hit level 48, we'll be going back to that area to train anyways, so I'll probably just turn that in at the same time around 48. Which will be after we're done with most of Tanaris. Nope. Very unfortunate when your pounce misses. You can't do any backstabs on that opener either, but no real way to get hit gear yet. On Alliance side anyways. Pretty much, you know, unless you go way out of your way to do dungeons and stuff, you're, for the most part, kind of stuck without any hit gear up until you get into early Outlands. Unless you're Horde with the Rune of the Guard Captain. I have that problem with weapon names. I tend to forget the name of weapons, but for some reason, like trinkets and stuff that's pretty rare, especially things that are different between Horde and Alliance, seem to remember for some reason. Thank you, Ghostly. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's just basically meant to be to allow people to use their whatever playtime they have as efficiently as possible. Certainly, do not have to be a speedrunner, and you don't have to play solo self-found to follow the guide and stuff. So I'm glad it's working out for you. Oh, apparently I actually finished this quest. It's just so single-mindedly grinding Yetis, I didn't even notice when I got 10. Right, so we still have our hearth set in Feathermoon, so we can... There's a couple things you have to do after picking this up over here, but I saved this one for last because some of the later steps of this quest chain here, it leads you like into a tunnel that's way down below ground, and it's just incredibly far away. Like if you were gonna walk back from where this quest chain ends back to Feathermoon, it'd probably take you like close to 10 minutes to get there. So it's definitely pretty important to have your Hearthstone ready to go when you're coming over to do this last quest chain here in Ferelas. Well, I guess I shouldn't say last in the zone, but it's the last thing we do in this section of Ferelas while we're here. There are some kind of optional quests after we finish this chain. Like you can do these quests, you can do the Yeti, the second part of the Yeti hides up here. But I think we're doing fine on XP, so I'm probably gonna skip those and just go right to Tanaris. I think kind of these later quests in Ferelas, they stop being super efficient. Like some of them take a long time to finish, or you're fighting really tanky mobs for them. So this chain here is like the last of the really good quests in Ferelas, I feel like. And after this, it kind of gets a lot more like mediocre, to where the quests past this point, they almost take too long to be worth it. But if you need a little bit more XP because you're slightly behind or something, I guess they're okay. Quest is a little bit of a weird one where you actually have to click on this thing in your inventory to get the quest. So that package we just clicked on essentially gave us 2 different quests. Oops. Man, these bugs are so tanky. Rip, I got slightly combat locked for like a second after I killed that one, so I couldn't go into stealth.
Greetings. Can I assist you? Ishnu Del Diab. How may I help?
Thankfully, you don't actually have to escort that guy out of there. He just gets out of the egg and he's good to go.
How are you? See you around.
Alright, we can use those gloves for now. We will be upgrading them with the blue gloves I was talking about in about another level or so. One of these follow-ups that we get here will have us go back to Darnassus to get the blue gloves, but I'm just going to wait till 48 so we can line up training and turning it in at the same time. Since I'm like across the world from Darnassus right now.
Peace be with you. Goddess watch over you.
You are now exalted with Darnassus.
Hello.
Oh, that should help. Once we get to Outlands and we start saving up money to get the epic ground mount, being exalted with Darnassus will be pretty nice because I think it starts saving you like 60, 80 gold per reputation tier once you get to the epic ground mount cost.
How may I help? Be careful.
Advice would you give? I mean, it's mostly trial and error, but say first off, just find a class you're really interested in.
I am honored. Be careful.
Like for me, for example, I used to speedrun Hunter like right when Classic was coming out, but I found that I kind of have more fun at this point for TBC. I actually really enjoy kind of speedrunning classes that don't typically get speedrun. Stuff that isn't like Hunter, Mage, Warlock. Just kind of fun to, try to push the classes that are considered kind of slow and don't really have people typically speedrunning them. Just try to push them as far as I can. But usually when I do a full speed run, be it this 1 to 70 or 1 to 60, like I'm usually not starting completely from scratch. Like a lot of times I'll kind of do a trial run for like the first 30 or 40 levels just to get an idea of just how to efficiently change your rotation as you level on whatever class you're playing. Because even though we're in TBC here where there's a lot less grinding, just still killing every mob as efficiently as possible with your best damage rotation, which often changes by level, is important. I think playing up till 40 or so will give you a pretty good idea of how your rotation is going to change as you level. It'll give you a chance to kind of see which talent build you like, just get a good hang of it, and then you can kind of use that as like a trial run and then start over and start trying to do like a full speed run once you kind of have the hang of it. Also, don't feel like you always have to make your own routes. You can always like use other people's routes as a baseline. Like be it mine or someone else's, or like the rested XP stuff. And then maybe based on your own style or your class you're playing or something, you'll as you go along, you'll find some areas. I mean, pretty much no matter what route you're using, there's always going to be small things that can be improved. So maybe you use someone else's route as a baseline, but as you go, you kind of get the hang of certain spots where you can speed it up, or certain areas you want to change based on your own preference. Maybe you don't like one of the zones in somebody else's route, and you replace it with something else. But a lot of it just comes down to
good luck, friend.
To just playing with trial and error and just kind of getting a feel for what you're comfortable with, and just kind of always knowing what your rotation is going to be at different level ranges. Just that kind of thing. Oh man, thank you for that tier 1 Don Cherry. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, well, I developed my own route for the Alliance side, because coming into TBC, I was normally a Horde player, but it was kind of a good time to make a new route anyway, because the speedrun paths from Vanilla Classic to TBC Classic, they were all going to change anyway, just because of like the whole the questing revamp, quests being worth more XP, the talent changes changing, or the talent trees changing for different classes and stuff like that. But I leveled like multiple shaman during the beta, to the point where I felt good about the route. I didn't just like I definitely didn't just like come up with it on the fly and I was like, all right, it's good to go. It was more like as I went, I kind of started with like an outline or a rough draft, and then as I played through it, a lot of times I'd notice small changes that I wanted to make, you know, sometimes big changes that would be more efficient, or I'd notice some things I didn't like, and I would just kind of adjust the route as I went to the point where it eventually became pretty efficient. But the same thing would kind of naturally happen too. Like even if you just followed like my route or a rested XP route or something, you would probably just, based on your own personal play style, you would probably notice just areas that would feel more efficient if you did them in a different order. Or like you might just not like Ferelas, so you take Ferelas out and you put Badlands in instead, that type of thing. But it's kind of a good time to get into leveling alts right now anyway, since there's, you know, probably a couple month gap here before there's any new content in TBC. I think most people's mains are to the point where they, if you've been playing since TBC launch, you don't really have to like spend a ton of time every day doing things on mains at this point. Like my main's to the point where I play arena and I raid log, but there's like no need to you know, run heroics and stuff anymore, so I have a good time to get back into leveling alts and speedrunning and such.
Pleased to meet you. Hi, you're a tall one.
Alright, so we got 6,000 XP from just turning in that Hippogriff Egg to the Egg-O-Matic crate.
Hey, you have a great day now.
And then you get an additional little box of goodies that usually doesn't have anything good, but at least it vendors for a little bit.
What's up? Talk to me. Glad I could help.
Still moderately curious if it's actually worth doing scarab shells on a druid, since I almost certainly could stealth in this instance up to where you get the scarab shells, but I feel like going all the way in there just for one quest is probably not worth it. I'm not sure if there's any other ZF quests I can solo
Time is money, friend.
at this level range. If there was like a second one where I could actually kind of get 2 dungeon quests done at once as I went in there, I'd be far more likely to do it.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, are you allowed to take breaks? Yeah, there's not really like a universal rule set right now for speedrun, because there hasn't actually been too many speedruns done in TBC because it's so new. But the way it worked in Classic was that you had to finish your 1 to 60 run in 2 weeks of IRL playtime for it to count. And you have to do, you know, solo self-found, or you can't get help from anyone else. You can't get items off the auction house. You can't get them from another character. You can't get gold from another character, etc. So those are like the default rules. I'm not sure if they've been updated. I might have to check. But now that it's TBC, I would think that it would be increased at least 3 weeks of IRL time to finish your run. Just because, I mean, if you got 2 weeks for Classic, you should get like 3 to 4 weeks for TBC, because it basically adds like an extra, you know, like 70-75% of played time onto the run. If you're doing the solo style, 60 to 70 in TBC, where, you know, you don't really have good gear because you're just coming in right from Azeroth without gearing up at 60. You know, going 60 to 70 can definitely take a long ass time. Like even, for example, even Hunter, which is kind of like just overall absolute top tier for speedrunning in TBC. Like, Hunters are way better in TBC than they were in the Vanilla Classic for speedrunning compared to other classes.
What's up? Hurry back. Talk to me. Keep it real.
Even Hunters, like, you're looking at like 90 hours of gameplay, even if you go on like a speedrun level 1 to 70. I think Tactics did a 1 to 70 speedrun on Hunter on the beta, and it was like 89 hours or something of playtime. And so most other classes are going to be like 100+ hours of playtime, because Hunter is considerably better than the vast majority of classes. It's quite a marathon. This quest where you have to pick up 30 things off the ground definitely takes a while to finish. Kind of just trying to run around and pick up a few of these here and there while I can. I probably should have drifted over to the west a little bit more. I started going over here to the east side a little bit early, as I was kind of just chasing these Gazaridian ornaments. But I actually want to go over to the west side to... Most of Tanaris here we're going to do in one giant loop, but there is one quest I want to do ahead of time before the giant loop, and it's this Noxious Lair investigation. I actually meant to start heading over to the west after I picked up this quest. Just went a little bit east for spacing out. Because this is only the middle step in a chain. Once you finish this quest here, the next step in the chain is something down here that you can finish up while you're just doing your giant loop of Tanaris and doing all the rest of the quests all at once. So, makes it a little more efficient overall to just do this quest over here first. I'm pretty sure this level here, 47 to 48, is the last time we ever use Rake. After playing this druid a little more, it seems like the pattern with Rake is that it's... Every time you get a fresh rank of Rake, it's good for 4 levels, and then it becomes obsolete again. But it will be permanently obsolete once we get Mangle at 50. And even then, Rake isn't... It's not good compared to Backstab, so it's... Rake is only slightly good when compared with Claw. At the times when you miss your opener or something and it's just between spamming Claw, then it's okay to get one Rake in there as long as the mob lives for 9+ seconds. But yeah, I think at 48 we get a new rank of Claw to the point where Rake doesn't actually out-damage Claw anymore. And then at that point I think you just take Rake off your bars for the rest of the 1 to 70. So we'll have Mangle 2 levels after that, and past that point, the amount of damage you do with Rake will never compare to Mangle for damage per energy. I was expecting to see more of these ornaments around here, but I guess they're mostly down at these other camps. There's definitely a couple quests here in Tanaris. Since we're trying to do the majority of the zone all in one, kind of all in one circuit, other than the small handful of quests we did here when we were here the first time, just picking things up. The downside of that is that you do have to do some of these like higher level quests that have level 49, sometimes even level 50 mobs here while we're slightly underleveled. And these things kind of destroy me in cat form. Oh, that was a terrible pull. I didn't think that guy on the other side was going to aggro. I think those guys will just straight up kill me if I stay in cat form. Definitely don't want to be... Not ideal to be fighting just one mob forever in bear form, but didn't really have the mana to do much else there. got here, so kind of have to put a couple throwaway talent points into Predatory Instincts. And not a great talent, but we have pretty much everything else at this point in that tree. Then we are closing in on Mangle, which should make all these openers just feel so much better. Where all the initial bleeds we do and the backstab just all get like a 30% buff. So that should be a pretty nice power spike. Okay, we got one of these kind of higher level quests that take a while to complete out of the way. Do this other one over here. This one has a pretty wide range of levels. Like, if you can find the bugs that are level 46, 47, it's pretty easy to complete, but there's also like level 50 bugs running around in here. We can find a spot where they're somewhat lower level. Oop, everything's 48 plus around here. Oh, there's 147 over there. Damn, that's the first bug I've even seen in this whole place. It's been under level 48. These ones all seem to be very high level through RNG right now. Oh god, I forgot these things run away at low health. If I don't get the stealth opening on these things, they hit pretty damn hard. Okay, we finally found the spot where some of the lower level mobs are hanging out here. Yeah, kind of as a rule in general, I really try not to fight mobs above my level at all, whenever possible, on any melee class, but it's a couple spots where, you know, you go out of your way to get gear upgrades, well, where it's worth doing that. This area is just... Basically, the reason I'm doing is that I just don't want to come back to Tanaris multiple times. Because there's a lot of, like, mid 40s quests, but then there's also a bunch of high 40s quests. So it is a little bit awkward to have to fight things above your level for some of these. But Tanaris is just so far out of the way, I really don't want to have to come here more times than is absolutely necessary. So some of these quests will be considerably slower than most of the other quests we do, but if it's saving me having to come back to an additional Tanaris trip later, feels like it's worth it. Yeah, until you get bad RNG on this quest and you have to kill like 30 of these things that are above your level. See. Oh, my chat stopped scrolling for a sec there. Let's see. Is the power shifting helmet core for leveling feral? I would definitely get that if you're not doing like a solo self-found run and if you have the money to buy it off the auction house or whatever. Highly recommend getting that helmet. It becomes more important, you know, once you actually have the spare points to go into Fuhrer. So when you're like level 45 plus, the power shifting helmet is just absolutely fantastic because you can have the full feral tree, or 55 plus. Not to say it's bad before then, but it really hits its stride in like the mid 50s because you can have all of the feral talents, and then you can also have Fuhrer. So every time you shift in and out of form, you get 60 energy as Cat. Yeah, I wouldn't bother using it until getting Fuhrer. I mean, you could make the argument that maybe you change your talent build to like put 5 points in this by 40 and then you delay getting Mangle, but I mean, it doesn't really seem like that's clearly better. It's kind of just an alternative way to put your talent points in if you have that helm. But yeah, for the most part, once you can actually get all the feral talents and Fuhrer from 55 plus, then yeah, that helm is it'll be a huge time save for your leveling. I would 100% use it. You know, if there was any reasonable way to get it while playing solo self-found. I even briefly considered looking into how much time it would take to actually craft it myself. But it was it was way too much time. Oh yeah, but so the helm in question is the wolf's head helm. It makes it so every time you shapeshift into cat, you get an extra 20 energy. And I think you get like 5 rage or something when you go into bear form, but it's basically just like a pure DPS. It converts your mana into DPS very efficiently. Once you have the Fuhrer talent as well, as just going in and out of cat form will get you an extra 60 energy. So as long as you have mana to spare, you're essentially getting like 60 free energy every time you shift in and out. And granted, when you have kind of low levels of gear, you'll burn through your mana very, very quickly doing that. But it's definitely still worth it. Not that there's a ton of feral DPS players in raiding, but I believe if you're a cat feral DPS, most ferals will be like kind of the off-tank bear spec in raids, but if you're like, you know, doing the optimal DPS rotation and build and stuff as a cat, even at level 70, you use the Wolf's Head helm, even though it's a level 40 piece of gear.
What's up? Be good.
Okay, so after we turn that in, this dude up here suddenly gets a quest. This one up here is the last,
Time is money, friend.
this is the reason we go kind of out of our way to finish that quest over there, is that the final part that we just picked up is down here. And you can kind of easily do that as you just circle around for all the rest of the quests. So once I leave Gadget Zan here, we're basically not coming back to town until we're done with all of the quests in Tanaris.
Can I help you? Be seeing you.
Yo! Hurry back! What's up? Keep it real!
Okay, now we can start on all these famous pirate quests over here. You have to kill an absolute ton of these for the quests, so this is a good time to hopefully get the quest starter item. There's 2 quest starter items that we want to get while doing these quests over here. One of them is just the robot chicken escort that can drop in anywhere in this zone. And then the other one is the pirate footlockers you get from killing these guys. They have a small chance to drop. Those can also have a quest starter item in them as well. Ship schedule, I believe. So you can end up with a couple extra quests from this area if you're not too unlucky. There's also a chance for a blue one-handed mace, Rit's third leg, that can drop from some of the pirate footlockers in this area, and the chest over here as well, but even if that does happen to drop, we definitely wouldn't be using it over the expertise mace for Druid. It's more of like a shaman or rogue type of weapon. Okay, like I was talking about earlier, this area, the AoE bear pulls are a lot more efficient since you're dealing with mobs that are slightly under your level, and they tend to be kind of pretty close to each other, the way that they're configured in this area. So it's kind of hard to just kill things one at a time as a cat anyways. Even add an extra one in as we go. Swipe only hits 3 targets at once, but once we kill that first one there, we can just run into another mob and pick it up as well. Hey, what up, Vigo? Going good. Finally, finally over the lethargy of getting the second vac shot. So, trying to get back onto a nightly stream schedule here to finish this Druid run up. Plus, now we're getting more and more into the fun levels and getting close to Mangle now as well. So, getting to the fun stuff. I meant to open on this guy in stealth. Sometimes I just get a little bit too close to a mob before I start the jump stealth, since you kind of want to toe the line of getting as close as possible before you do the jump stealth, so you don't have to slow yourself down by being in stealth for too long with the lowered movement speed. The ideal is you basically land on top of the mob, like right as you stealth there, so you don't actually have to suffer the lower move speed stealth penalty. But sometimes that means you get a little bit too close and just face aggro the mob before you actually start your jump stealth. Oop, yeah. Right there, I was a little too close. So all these open areas here are pretty good for cat. You can just fight mobs one at a time without too much worry about ads. And then as you get over these tent areas, then those are the times where bear pulls tend to work best, since you're not really going to be able to fight the mobs in this area without having to fight 2+ mobs at once as a cat anyway, which is never good. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have let this mob get away, because it's a ranged mob, so it's not actually going to come back and stack on top of everything. Okay, I think I heard a pirate footlocker. Oh yeah, we actually got 2 of them. So, these are the things we're looking out for, that they can sometimes have that quest starter item in these. Or that blue mace, which we don't particularly need. Oh, there it is. How did we get so good? For some reason this box isn't going away even though it's empty. There's a couple different quests. So the ship schedule quest that we just picked up, that one does give experience. But the one where you put the map pieces together, this one does not give experience. Which is unfortunate. I was hoping they changed that one to give experience with TBC, but no such luck. You just turn in that ship schedule quest up in that port where at the same place you have to turn in a billion other quests later once we've done everything. So it's pretty much just free XP for going to a spot you're going to go anyways. I would usually, like, I would tend to grind in this place. Like, say I finished all the quests here. If I hadn't found either the ship schedule or the robot chicken escort quest starter, I'd probably just stay here killing these pretty easy mobs for a while until I got at least one of those. As far as Tanaris goes, these mobs are pretty easy. So that's a good spot to grind out one or two of the quest starters. The red key? Oh, you mean the like the captain's chest key for on this ship? Oops, too close. Oh yeah, that key Front was talking about. There's a chest on the ship that you can open up with the key if you happen to get it. The chest on the ship also has a chance to drop that blue mace. So if you're here on a shaman or a rogue, it's definitely worth looking for. If I happen to get the key, I'll probably just go snag it anyways, because it's not like you really have to go far out of your way to get that chest. Then we've got the quest with this dude here off the wanted poster, Andre Firebeard. If you can't just face tank all of these, then you can kind of just like kite this guy way out of the camp and away from the ads. Try to kill him that way. It's another spot where it's kind of hard to get single pulls here, but my mana's kind of low, so I'm just gonna grind in cat form for a little bit until I store up enough mana to do an AoE bear pull. Oh, we got a chest over here. I was going to pull these 3, but it's kind of dangerous because if they run left or right, I could get 2 more mobs. I think maybe we'll just do it this way. Kill these ads first. Kind of try to keep Fairy Fire up on as many of these mobs as he can. Does make them take more swipe damage. Keep demoralizing Roar on them when it's about to wear off. I mean, honestly, our Thorns is doing a lot of the heavy lifting on these pulls. Oop. Let me see if I can add these ones as well. Oh, I parried my stun. Well, I was gonna stun and then heal, but we'll just do it the hard way. Yeah. Oh man, it's so nice not to be screwed by disarm. Or most of the classes I play, disarm is super annoying. Yeah, I'm rocking both sides now. TBC, I was mostly doing Alliance because my main is a Draenei Shaman. But the next speedrun I do after this one will probably be from the Horde perspective, 1 to 70. So I haven't done any Horde speedruns since the TBC changes went in. A Ravage is okay on... It's like okay on caster mobs, or any mob that's sitting down. But I was using it a little bit more on casters initially. What was I trying to say? But I have found out that this backstab build seems to just be better even against casters than Ravage, or you shred into Fairy Fire into double backstab. It essentially like almost kills casters the same way that the ambush opening does, but you don't, eat a spell or two in the face while you're doing it. The only, no, I didn't buy the Wolf's Head helm. I'm just doing the solo self-found style. As tempting as the Wolf's Head helm is, because it is quite good, but... Yeah, the Ravage opening, it's definitely not bad on Druid. I just, once I got Pounce at level 36, I've tried different openings and stuff, and it just seems like the Pounce opening, as long as you're only fighting one mob and, they're not sitting down or something, so that the Ravage is guaranteed, it seems so much more solid. I get the two backstabs, and just the mob is basically stunned for like 2/3 of its life, so you don't take very much damage. Also, the bleed on Pounce scales with attack power, so it's fairly decent as well. Gets buffed by Mangle that we get in a couple levels. Really wish that there was actually a talent that made Ravage crit more. Kind of like how rogues have that improved ambush, where if you do the full ambush build as a rogue, you can actually get it up to like essentially 100% crit rate if you combine it with remorseless attacks. But for Druid, there's not really any ambush or I guess Ravage talents. There was a way to get the crit percentage higher. I would definitely use it, but the way it feels to me is that the Ravage opening is super, super good if it crits, because then the mob essentially just like dies just off your initial energy. But your crit rate's only like low 20s, and so the other, 75-80% of the time, the pounce into backstab openings seem much better. Oh dang, that was it. Okay, I guess we're done killing pirates over here. Looks like I did not get the escort item, which is unfortunate. If I hadn't gotten the ship schedule also, this is the part where I would just continue to grind pirates here until I got at least one of the quest starters. But I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life just trying to grind out a 1% quest starter drop. We'll just move along at this point. And my usual rule for the escorts in Tanaris is that you either do both escorts or 0, which is to say if I find the robot chicken quest starter, the rescue OOX quest, if I find it by the time I finish all the rest of these quests, then I will start the turtle quest over here. I'll drag the turtle over to the chicken escort area, and then I'll do them both at the same time. But if I don't find that quest starter, then I don't feel like it's worth doing the turtle escort. I'm just escorting the turtle all the way back up here just for one quest. Guess I'll try to finish this quest on the way down too. Honestly, these type of quests are kind of annoying for Druid. You even could skip this. It's mostly just a Druid thing where when you have these quests that make you pick up an absolute ton of stuff off the ground, it always takes you out of your forms and back into caster form. So you end up burning a ton of mana if you're in an area where you have to kill a couple mobs and then pick these things up off the ground, because you're just like going in and out of forms so much. Resetting your energy back to 0. But there should be some sections here where I could find a bunch of these things without having to kill too many mobs. This helm is kind of worthless because you can't even see the thing on the map. The questy icons just like override it. There's another quest down here. It's kind of annoying because a lot of the mobs you have to kill are a bit above your level. Shouldn't be that bad on a druid though, for a couple of reasons, one of which is all these random ads that spawn just kind of one-shot themselves on your thorns. So that's nice as a druid. And also once you get inside the cave here, you can just stealth past any pulls that seem like they would be too much of a time sink. I find this quest here a lot more annoying on Shaman. Shaman don't have a great way to kill. Basically, a Fire Nova Totem is your only great way to kill the low health mobs, but they'll just like aggro the Fire Nova Totem right away when you put it down. Ooh, okay, this was a terrible opening. Oh my god, miss. Oh, cool, missed 4 abilities in a row. These things are absolutely destroying me. Oh my god, okay. That was terrible. I shouldn't even have had to fight any of those things, I just picked like the wrong spot to drop down as a cat. I'm stuck in this infinite loop of fighting mobs that take way too long to kill. Oh, I didn't realize I actually had a scroll of protection. Looks identical to this quest item I have. Thought it was the same one. Yeah, so assuming I can actually get the opening on these mobs, they're not too bad. So we can get all the bleeds and stuff on them. Just that first pull was awful because I face aggroed everything. Oh, cheap shot missed. Rip. Oh god, I regret everything about just figured I was like, oh, I'll kill this mob as I go past. I'm full energy. It's almost certainly better to just stealth all the way to the objective and out. These mobs are just so tanky and high level that it's certainly not really worth taking the time to kill them. Unless they happen to drop that quest starter item. Oh my god. Run for my life. I've definitely considered if it's even worth doing that quest sometimes, because this area is pretty annoying to get in and out of, but it does lead to more quests later, so it seems marginally worth it. It's kind of right along the path of this this quest circuit we're doing anyways. You hate that quest? Yeah, I don't blame you. It's I've had some thoughts about whether or not I should keep doing it, and it always just ends up like I feel like it's just barely worth it because it leads to the other quests later on. In my experience, there's usually an absolute ton of these ornaments, like, down in this area. You know, Questy only shows, like, 3 location spawns, but there's actually just an absolute ton down here. As you can see, I already see, like, 5 of them, and I've barely even gone in this area. This spot down here seems like, by far, the best area to actually finish this quest up in. guess technically you could save that quest also till you come back to do Ungoro at like 53 or so. If you just really can't stand fighting mobs that are above your level, you could do it in the early 50s instead. You would have to go considerably more out of your way to get over there at that time, but it would be easier. It definitely seems like the best spot to do it in. You have that little bit of annoyance with Druid just causing you to leave your form all the time, but for pretty much every other class, this would be the ideal mix of mobs to grind as you run around collecting all these things. Yeah, like for this route that I use, for example, where I basically do all of the Tanaris quests in one circuit here, that type of thing probably you wouldn't really be able to get away with on a warrior. You'd probably have to come back to Tanaris twice. You know, once for the mid-40s quests and then once for the high 40s quests. It's the handful of quests we do here where we're fighting like level 49 mobs would probably just be too annoying for a warrior. Definitely sucks to have to go on that long journey to Tanaris a second time, but it would either just take you forever to complete some of these quests at 47 on a warrior, or you'd have to skip a handful of them. No, I actually don't go to Ungoro till way, way, way later. Like around the 54 range. So I guess that would probably be something I would adjust on other classes. But it works fine for Shaman and Druid. Usually the higher level quests, I usually like to be a few levels above them. It seems like way faster and more efficient overall to just be a few levels ahead of the quests you're doing. This spot in Tanaris is kind of one of the only exceptions where I do quests that are considerably above my level. And that's just for the sole reason of avoiding having to come to Tanaris like multiple extra times. So it's a bit of a trade-off either way. This quest down here is another example of one that you could save for when you come down to do Ungoro. Like, I'm gonna do this quest down here now on this circuit, but for classes that really can't deal with mobs a couple levels above them, yeah, this is another good quest to save until you come back to do Ungoro. So it's kind of on the way, so to speak. I'm definitely very, very partial to Shaman, Enhancement Shaman leveling. And they're definitely not as fast as like the top tier levelers, like, you know, Warlock, Hunter, Mage, a mage that, you know, knows how to AoE everything. But they are pretty fast and they're really fun to play. It's because, I mean, who doesn't love essentially almost one-shotting mobs randomly with the Wind Furies and Stormstrike and stuff like that? Get your enhancement slot machine going. It's really fun in the mid to late levels. But we are starting to get to the pretty fun levels of Druid as well. Druid's another one that's really slow at the start, but picks up steam as you go, especially once you get to like the mid-30s onward. Druid starts hitting their stride. And then we have some other pretty big power spikes coming up, like getting Mangle in at level 50. Will be pretty fun around there, and then even right after you step into Outlands, you get Omen of Clarity at 61 as well, which will oftentimes give you like an extra ability on your opener. You intend to just burst down mobs really hard in the length of your pounce stun, even without good gear. Honestly, I am kind of tempted to save this till when I'm back here from Ungoro also, because it is kind of a pain in the ass to do this quest at 47. Pretty much the only reason I'm even trying to do it right now is that if you do it now, you get the upside of also unlocking that that follow-up quest that has you pick the flower in the Hinterlands, and we'll be going to the Hinterlands pretty soon. So you kind of get an extra quest if you finish this now. But it's definitely not the fastest quest to finish when you're a couple levels under the levels of most of these mobs. So I guess whether or not to do Tanaris all in one go here, or to come back at different times to do the higher level quest, just kind of depends on the class you're playing. Like, Druid isn't quite as annoyed by killing mobs that are above them as in level as some of the other classes. It looks like we never found the quest starter for the OOX chicken escort, so that means I will not be doing the turtle escort down here. Ah, fuck. Couldn't get the stealth opener on that thing. Sometimes you get stuck in combat for like a second after you kill a mob, and it doesn't let you stealth right away. I tend to like to try to kill the dew collectors as much as possible when I first get here, since the drop rate on this quest item is pretty low, just to give these things more time to respawn while I'm down here finishing the other quest. So yeah, I want to stay away from the level 50s if possible, but these 48 and 49s they're not too bad for Druid. Mostly because everything here is kind of spread out to where we can get like a good opener and just 1v1 these mobs in cat form without too much difficulty. I just use our get as many bleeds as possible on these higher level hide health mobs. They go down pretty easily. There's a lot of level 50s right now. Kind of bad RNG on these root shapers. These root shaper spawns are like almost entirely the maximum level right now. All these ones that I'm looking at are level 50, which is as high as they can go. God, there's another level 50 over there too. Maybe someone was here earlier killing these and also trying to avoid the level 50s. Jesus, that healing touch heals so much. Like 100% heal for me almost. Okay, so we got the laden dew gland, which is good. I'll just have to power through these root shapers. Kill 8 of these things. It seems like almost all of them are level 50, so that might take a while. Oh, there's one that's not level 50. Hooray. I see like 5 or 6 that are 50. Oh, 49 over there. So I think every spawn of these root shapers was 50 except for 2. I'm pretty unlucky on the RNG for these. But at least I got the Laden Dew gland without having to kill like 3 dozen of these things, so I suppose we got that going for us. You may notice that it seems like it's a lot easier to get openers on mobs as a druid compared to a rogue while leveling. In terms of when the mob sees you, because a lot of times on these mobs here, they're 2 or 3 levels ahead of me, right? So they turn to look at me. They do see me, but I'm still able to just get the stealth open on them before they hit me. And I suspect it has a lot to do with the fact that druids just have that extra 30% move speed outdoors in cat. When you just close in on them a little bit faster, get your stun off before they can start swinging on you. At least that's my guess, because otherwise I'm not really sure why it seems a lot harder to land an opening against a mob that kind of is alerted to your presence on a rogue. Oh. Not sure why it wouldn't let me go into stealth there. Okay, not too bad. Even though we had to fight mobs 2 or 3 levels above us here for Druid, you know, not optimal, but not all that bad. Definitely be a different story if you were playing a level 47 warrior there for sure. Like I said, you'd probably want to adjust your route to do those higher level quests later when you come back.
Time is money, friend.
1 to 70 in one sitting? Oh god, no. I don't even think that's possible. If you're doing the speed run solo self-found rules, because even the absolute fastest classes at speed running
I got what you need.
are close to 100 hours for 1 to 70. 1 to 70 solo self-found, that is. It's a different story if you're,
Hurry back!
if you're getting boosted or you're twinking out your character with all the best gear as you go, then you might be able to do that in one sitting, but kind of under the standard speedrun rules where you do everything yourself, yeah, that would
Time is money, friend!
it'd be 4 to 5 days straight of playing. Even if your speed didn't drop off due to being super tired. Yeah, it'd be 4+ days for all the classes that aren't super fast at leveling. That's a bit much to ask for one sitting. Maybe some people could do that, but I don't trust myself to stay awake and alert for that long. So for whatever reason, since I started doing speedrunning again for TBC, I've always found the ship schedule, but I've never found the chicken escort in this zone. I don't think. Maybe I found it once. For whatever reason. Yeah, I get that ship schedule right away, but no matter... I've had runs where I've killed 300+ mobs in Tanaris, and I still haven't seen the Rescue OOX quest starter. I assume that's just random happenstance. But yeah, the Pirate Cove over there, I do like to grind this area out. If by the time I'm done with those quests, I haven't found either of the quest starters, I'll usually just stick around and kill extra pirates because it's those mobs are fairly easy and quick to kill overall. So they have a chance to drop both of the quest starters. El Ciervo, what's going on, man? Am I fucking with New World? No, I was actually trying to figure out if there was much hype around New World, but it doesn't seem like... Is this any good? No, not really. It doesn't seem like there's that much excitement for New World. I don't know, I've been trying to find out if anyone had a good experience with playing the alpha or the earlier forms of beta for New World, so at this point I'm not really sure what to expect from it. It seems like a lot of the comments were kind of negative, but who knows, maybe they fix things up. I'm definitely not opposed to trying it out. I wouldn't say that my expectations for New World are high. But if the closed beta comes out and people are saying good things about it, I might just YOLO play around on it for a few hours, see how it feels. I'm certainly not really intending on getting into that game heavily, but I'll give it a fair chance. I guess I'll wait and see what the reception is after the closed beta has been out for a while. See if it's something that's worth looking into. That strategy should work, Kua, as long as... I think there's a cutoff where they don't let you refund it if you've played X amount of hours. I don't know what that exact number is, but as long as you haven't played a ton of hours on something, they let you pretty much refund anything. I actually did that initially because New World was supposed to come out in early 2000 or early 2020, right? And so I did pre-order it back then, because I wasn't really playing much of anything at the time, at the start of the pandemic. But then you know, for the last year and a half, they've just been constantly delaying New World, so I canceled that initial pre-order I had and got the refund through Steam with no problem.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Good day to you.
Mass turning in quests. A great feeling.
Who you be?
What's up?
Okay, so because we're going to Darnassus anyway, someone was telling me on my last stream that it's a lot cheaper to train druid abilities in Darnassus because you get the exalted reputation discount, whereas if you do it in Moonglade, you don't get a reputation discount. So I guess I will take their advice here and train my level 48 druid skills in Darnassus because we're going there anyway to turn in a quest from Ferelas right now. Actually quite a good quest. It gives us a blue quest reward.
I am honored. Elune light your path.
Oh, Trick is hyped for this one? Shit, maybe I should ask him what all the or I guess what the basis of his hype is for this. Because I've been kind of looking for like a reason to try it out. I just hadn't heard too many hype things about it. Is there a strategy where you don't quest but just grind mobs from 1 to 70? Definitely not. In TBC, with the sole exception of Frost Mage. And even then, you know, Frost Mage will still do some quests. Like, they'll do a mix of quests, and then when they get to a spot that's good for AoE grinding, then they'll AoE grind those spots. But that's about as close as it comes to grinding. Back in Vanilla Classic, it was a lot harder. Or it was really easy to run out of quests as you went. So most classes had to do some grinding as they went. But in TBC, when quests are worth more XP and there's more quests in general, unless you're, you know, an AoE mage, or like, I guess some other classes can AoE grind some dungeons, but outside of those particular level ranges, it's always going to be considerably faster to quest compared to pure grinding. Yeah, towards the higher levels though, if you were doing like an optimal mage 1 to 70 run, it would be mostly grinding for sure. 'Cause I think mage can start. They can start in like the early 40s grinding Zul'Farrak, and they can probably just grind their way to 70 from there. Because once you get to 60, you can just do slave pen straight 60 to 70. You don't even need gear for that. You could even do it on like a solo self-found mage. That's about the only example of hard grinding there is still in TBC.
I am listening.
How is the run going? Good so far. We're starting to hit the fun levels for Druid. We're getting pretty close to getting Mangle. I'm looking forward to 60 to 70 because I haven't done like a solo self-found run through the Outlands levels yet. This is my first alt after the Shaman. Oh, thank you for that Prime Full Art TV. Appreciate that, man. Okay. So in theory, these Druid skills should be a lot cheaper since we have the Darnassus discount here. That's all I really need. I don't need these other spells. I could pick up the soil quest now, but we are going to be back. I'm not going to go to Ungoro for like another 6 levels or something, so I'll pick it up later. So Fairy Fire you don't actually need to train because surprisingly the feral version of Fairy Fire is actually like a separate trained ability. So my Fairy Fire for Feral is is a higher rank, and it's not dependent upon your caster form of Fairy Fire. You just have to have this this talent here, and then you can start training it. Actually, am I trolling myself? Do I not have a Fairy Fire macro? Let's see, there's a chance I'm severely trolling myself here. Let me... Yeah, okay. I thought that might be the case. I think I made a Fairy Fire macro, and then I just, like, I got disconnected before it saved. And so, if you see here, I've actually been using the wrong rank of Fairy Fire for quite some time. I still have rank 2 on my bars, but I actually have rank 3 here in my spellbook. And this is one of the reasons why I tend to make macros for everything. Because you see here, when I forgot to make a macro for it, it doesn't automatically update the ranks. Whereas if you have like a basic macro that's just the name of the ability, it automatically uses the highest rank. So apparently I've been trolling myself because my macro didn't save that I made for that. Unfortunate.
I am honored.
Okay, so we get these really good gloves from the quest from Ferelas that we're turning in here.
Del Nadris.
Oh man, I'm almost afraid to look at what rank or at what level I got Fairy Fire rank 3. That's how long I've been using an underranked version. Do I really not have a macro for this? Oh, maybe I guess I just forgot to put the macro for it here on this character. Okay, whoops. So with this, essentially we'll just always use the highest rank of it, and it will automatically start attacking whatever I Fairy Fire. So I definitely want to have a macro for this ability. I've been hard trolling by using a low rank 2 of Feral Fire this whole time.
What brings you here?
Boosted characters, it bugs out. Oh, that's annoying. But yeah, for TBC in general, you'll see most of my macros are like kind of the same thing. This type of stuff where it's essentially just a way to make sure that I don't troll myself by using outdated ranks, or that it automatically starts my attack if I'm out of energy or resource to cast something. So I have macros for most of my abilities, but most of them are pretty simple like this. His is one of the few more advanced macros, which is one button will put me into flight form, travel form, or aquatic form. And this isn't even mine. This is actually this was a suggestion from a viewer. So this macro and some other macros like this got added to my macro section on the Discord. If you're looking for some of the more advanced Druid macros, you can find them. You hit !Discord. There's a link to the Discord. You can go to the macro section there. All the playtime stuff is up here, so we're at about 43 hours so far on the run. If I had had another Druid 1 to 70 run, for example, you could also compare the times you go. You could compare the times to your other run as you go, but this is the first 1 to 70 I've done on Druid, so it doesn't have anything to compare the times to at this point. At this point, I don't have splits to compare it to, but up till 40 I did. I did, like, a couple weeks ago when I was thinking about what alt to make. I did kind of like a test run up to 40 to remember how to play Druid effectively and kind of, like, plan out my path a little bit. And so, at the earlier levels, it had something to compare to, but at this point it doesn't. Although there's probably a way to get this add-on to compare to other non-Druid 70 runs I've done. But I might have to like mess around in the base files to get that to work. I'm not exactly sure how to do it. Alright, so we gotta go a little bit out of our way for the travel here, since I had to go back to the Druid area to turn stuff, or to train and to turn stuff in Darnassus. We're a little bit out in the boonies now. This section now, I actually want to go into Searing Gorge briefly, basically just to do some prereq quests for later. And then the main zone that we're doing in the 48 to 49 stretch will be Hinterlands. I've got the Cortello's Riddle finished and ready to turn in down there, which will be nice. It'll give us a nice 8800 XP plus a 14 slot bag. Considering I still have some 8-slot bags on this journey, that's a pretty nice upgrade. I probably should have replaced these with 10-slot bags from the vendor at some point when I had the chance. We also have this follow-up quest that I was talking about. We have an extra quest to pick up here in Hinterlands where we're going anyway, which is the benefit to doing that that quest in Tanaris where we had to fight all those like elementals that were a couple levels above us. Still occasionally forgetting that I actually have a mount at this level now.
What can I do for you? Farewell.
Alright, bit of a flight as we go down to Red Ridge. Then we'll do a few quests in Searing Gorge and then head up to Hinterlands. Alright, be right back. So anyway, that guide there is pretty much what we're going to be following for the rest of 48 to 58. I will essentially be following almost exactly the same path my shaman did. Up to this point, my druid, there's been quite a few spots where my druid does things in a different order than the shaman route, because of class quests or certain quest rewards that it wants to get. But from this point on, there isn't really much need for deviation from the shaman's path, so the next 10 levels or so will be pretty close to identical to the shaman route. And then it will switch up at 58 because I'll be going to Outlands initially, right when we get to 58 for a little bit. Whereas the shaman was done during the pre-patch, so there was no option to go to Outlands. So we got a bit of travel here because we have to actually run through burning steps to get up into Searing Gorge. And then on the way, we're going to pick up the flight path and burning steps because we're going to want that for later. As something that was actually suggested to me when I was making this path during the beta, a viewer was suggesting that I incorporate some of the Alliance Onyxia chain that takes place in burning steps, and when I actually looked into it, it was a pretty good idea, because for whatever reason, the Alliance Onyxia chain just gives you a ton of free experience for doing almost nothing. Just kind of walk around and talk to some people, do like 1 or 2 quests, and you get like 30,000 plus XP. Coming from the Horde side, it just like never even occurred to me to throw the Onyxia chain in there for XP while speed leveling, but apparently on the Alliance side, it's a good life. You just get a bunch of free XP for doing almost nothing. Because the Horde side Onyxia chain is pretty horrifying, the amount of time it takes. There's been a couple exceptions, such as these blue gloves that we just got. But for the most part, you'll notice that if you were watching this run in the mid-30s, where I went kind of way out of my way to do a bunch of quests all over the place that were sometimes above my level in order to gear myself out in the mid-30s, almost all the gear that we picked up at that time is what we're still using. In fact, some of it we'll still be using at 58 when we get to Outlands. There's just a lot of really good Druid gear available in like the mid-30s. So go out of your way to get it, and it lasts you like, or a lot of it will last you like 20 levels. Yeah, if you're playing solo self-found, that is. I mean, if you're twinking yourself up off the auction house, then you probably want to replace the gear more frequently. So yeah, no quests we want to do here yet. Just pick up this flight path for later. And run through Black Rock Mountain here to get over to Searing Gorge. One thing to look out for is you want to make sure you have at least 15 silk cloth as you start this section. Running into Searing Gorge, one of the quests takes 15. Which shouldn't be too hard. By this point, if you're saving up for cloth turn-ins, you probably either have a bunch of cloth lying around in your inventory or a few stacks sitting in your bank anyways. Just pretty much have to remember not to vendor all of your silk cloth prior to starting this section. Just about everything in Searing Gorge is way, way, way above our level. There's nothing we can really kill here for the most part, but you don't really have to fight anything. You can just kind of, surprisingly, you can kind of just run through Burning Steppes and Black Rock Mountain without really getting harassed by mobs at all, except for that one spot where you run in here where the imps kind of get on you. There's not really any mobs that are on the path, so as long as you just stick to the road, you shouldn't really get hit by anything on the way over. Now, if you're not following my route and you choose to, I know some people like to skip Ferelas and do Badlands instead on the Alliance side. Personally, I prefer doing Ferelas and skipping Badlands, but if for whatever reason you chose to do Badlands instead, you probably wouldn't want to use this method to get into Searing Gorge. It'd be faster to just fly to Lochmadan and then like run through the Badlands into Searing Gorge that way, if you had taken that zone progression. Making sure I didn't miss putting an updated rank of anything on my bar like I did for Fairy Fire. So I'm not exactly sure how much time that wasted by having 100 less armor on my fairy fire reduction, but it's I'd say that's probably one of my more significant mistakes on this run so far. The ones that come to mind are other than using rank 2 fairy fire instead of rank 3 this whole time up till now. There was one level where I also just kind of had a bad level, didn't play very well in general. It was like level 22 to 23. I think I died in Ashenvale at a spot where it's a really long run back. I died like 3 or 4 times. Kind of had a lot of time waste in that area. I was kind of struggling to do certain pulls that had casters in them as Druid. I was like approaching them the wrong way to start with. I think both of those things might have wasted like 20-30 minutes, if not potentially more, on the run. But I think outside of those, or at least that I can recall, there haven't been too many mistakes on the run as of yet. It'll probably be pretty smooth until Outlands. I imagine my first run through here of Outlands, 60 to 70, might be maybe not like slow, but I might just not be quite as sure of the exact order I want to do quests and stuff in. Okay, this quest is a little weird to approach. You kind of have to clear out this whole area because we're doing both the cot quest and this escort here as well. So you definitely want to clear out all this junk up here so it doesn't just immediately kill the escort as soon as you start this. I would definitely have to be careful here, as it's not like Tanaris, where in Tanaris I could easily just pick up 4 or 5 mobs and AoE them down as a bear. But there's so many casters in this area. Casters will just chew through bear super quickly. You really can't do AoE pulls with multiple casters. So if any of these pulls had aggroed these 2 geologists, I probably would have just had to run. After like 5 seconds of these things just chaining casts on you in the back while I fought something else, I'd basically be dead. This area over here will be a little sketch as well, because there's 3 casters all in super close proximity to each other. They're low enough level that I should be fine, but just these kind of pulls in general are the stuff that's scariest for Druid. Any pull where you have 2+ casters will just kill you in whatever form you're in so quickly, and Druid doesn't really have interrupts early on. They have no kick in TBC. Yeah, like this right now is super sketch, because if I think I just have to fairy fire pull this thing from range, see if anything comes. Okay. There's no way I'd be able to kill all 3 of those, plus a melee mob at the same time. It is kind of funny, though, when you think about, like, just in Tanaris, we're just running around pulling 5 mobs at a time, or 4 mobs, and one of them's a quest mob. No problem in Bear. And I'm like terrified of these 2 caster groups, or 3 caster groups here. My god, casters just ruin druids while leveling. I wonder if any of these tents break LOS. Oh, doesn't look like it. Oh god. If it crits, then you definitely can almost one-shot them. In fact, you're probably right. So when I'm solo pulling, I like the pounce into double backstab much better against isolated casters. That's more consistent. You still don't really take any damage from them. But in that situation where there's 3 right next to each other, I think you're probably right. Ravage probably would have been a better opener there, just to try to get one down as quick as possible instead of the benefits of pounce aren't very large when there's 2 casters that are hitting you anyways. So it would have been one of the rare times where pounce is better. Or, sorry, where Ravage is better. Okay. Definitely not doing this quest. For fun, let's use a Ravage here. So yeah, when Ravage crits, it's huge. You're like, oh, it's half its life gone right away, but when it doesn't crit, it's considerably worse than the pounce into backstabs opening. So our crit rate's what, like 22, so the majority of the time the stun into backstab is a better opening. But I think you're right that if I have to fight multiple mobs at once, it's probably better just use Ravage if I'm unable to do a bear pull. So I guess there are some situations where I probably should be using it that I haven't been. There's definitely not a lot of situations where I'm fighting multiple casters at once, but you know, when there is, I'll remember to use Ravage more. No, there's no talents that benefit Ravage other than just kind of like generic stuff that increases your overall crit rate. There's nothing specifically for Ravage, which is unfortunate because if there was a way to make Ravage crit more often, it would be a very, very appealing opener. Kind of like how Rogue has all those talents where you can make Ambush essentially like 100% crit rate as you level. If Druid had something like that, then Ravage would definitely be the way to go, but you only really have 22% crit, and assuredly, when you're fighting one mob at a time, it's definitely way worse than the pounce backstab opening when it doesn't crit. Kills it slower and you take more damage in return. Does your channel have a Trojan condom ad? It's a good question, man. I don't have any control what's on there, but I guess Twitch is just accurately assuming that watching speedruns puts people in the mood, I guess. This is a pretty long and boring escort, to be sure, but it does lead to like an entire extra quest chain filled with multiple steps that we'll do once we're back here at like 49 or 50 or so. So, long run, it's worth it. Dang, we got all the bad influences on the stream going. Smoking references, condom ads. Your guys' morals stand no chance. I kind of wish you could just let this dude die earlier in the escort. At the end here, he just dies and you pick up something off as... You basically loot his body for some information. It continues the chain. Just think if I didn't have to waste 5 minutes saving him from mobs on the way over here. Just for him to die anyways. Ooh yeah, Mangle. Dude, the Mangle sound is so awesome. I don't know if it's just because I'm fucking old and the Mangle sound reminds me of Final Fantasy VI bosses dying, but I love the Mangle sound so much. Yep. So the opener doesn't change that much when you get Mangle. Like one GCD changes, but any additional attacks past that point are like basically automatically mangle instead of anything else. Because right now the opener is pounce for the stun and the bleed, into fairy fire, into double shred, and then once we get mangle, it'll still be pounce into fairy fire, but your next attack will be mangle and then shred after that. Because they gave shred a 30% bonus to damage when it's when there's a mangle used first. Something that wasn't always in TBC. They kind of added it towards the end of TBC, but that's the batch that Classic is based off of. And then if the mob's still alive from that point, you just basically spam mangle up until you use a finisher. Getting mangle essentially removes these two abilities, claw and rake, will never ever be used again once we get mangle, so you just take those off the bar.
Welcome. See you soon.
Okay, so once we're back here another level or so, then we'll be all set to smash through Searing Gorge. Oh, wait a second. Does this request stop button actually work these days? I actually want to stop in Iron Forge. I don't want to go directly to South Shore. It was a errant click. Fun to see the Alliance side, yeah. I mean, I'm usually a Horde side player, but playing Alliance for the start of this one, so it's definitely been interesting to get a feel for some of the... There's a lot of quests I had never seen prior to a few months ago. I started doing Alliance side speedruns also. But we will mix it up with a Horde side 1 to 70, most likely for the next speedrun. Okay. This better actually let me off here. I'm gonna be real sad. There we go. I feel like sometimes that button works for me and sometimes it doesn't. So I wasn't really sure whether or not to expect it to work there. Okay, so...
You got my attention.
Few other things I want to do in Iron Forge. So we set our hearth to Iron Forge now as well. In fact, for this section of leveling, our hearth actually stays in Iron Forge for quite a while. It's like multiple levels. It's in Iron Forge, I think 5+ at this point. And I think when I'm back from Hinterlands, I'm probably also going to do some of the cloth turn-ins here in Iron Forge as well. Just boost me a little closer to 50.
How are ya? You got my attention. See you soon. Safe travels. How are you? See you soon.
Oops, that's not the bank.
How are you? Be good.
Okay. I think I prefer to do the cloth turn-ins after I hearth back from Hinterlands.
What's on your mind?
Hinterlands is another zone that's...
Keep your feet.
It's a little bit like the way we approached Tanaris before, where there's a pretty big level range on the quests that we do there. Some are in like the mid to early 40s, and some are late 40s, even 50. And I'm basically only going to Hinterlands this one time. So we're just trying to kind of finish everything all at once. So some of the quests we do when we first get there will be pretty low level. So I don't want to do the cloth turn-ins now and have myself hit 49 too early into Hinterlands. The point where some of the mobs will be considerably lower level than us, like early 40s there. But if I can use those cloth turn-ins after Hinterlands to help me get a little bit closer to 50 for Mangle, seems like a good time to do it. Okay, so I guess the quests aren't that low. The quests themselves are all mid-40s up to high 40s, but the level of the mobs you kill is a pretty big range. One of these quests where you have to kill a bunch of trolls, some of them are as low as like 41, I think. And then some of the mobs over here on the east side of the zone, and the oozes over here that you have to kill are like 49. So you got a pretty big range of mob levels there. You could, you definitely could split the zone into two different times, like if you came here, you know, somewhere in the mid-40s, or like 44 or 45, and you did the earlier level quests, and then just came back here a second time and did the higher level quests. You know, that would work too, but it's just the, kind of the extra trip we're trying to avoid. How do cloth turn-ins work? I don't feel dumb, but I don't think I've ever done them. It's... Each tier of cloth, starting with wool, gives you progressively more experience. The problem is that you have to do each one, and so the wool cloth turn-in only gives you like 900 XP, but it unlocks the later ones, like Mage Weave and Rune Cloth give you... I think Mage Weave gives you like 5,000 and Rune Cloth gives you like 8,000 or 9,000 XP, just for turning in 60 of them. And there's technically 5 different spots you can do cloth turn-ins. We're not going to be doing all of them. I'm probably only doing like 3. Just because it's kind of hard to get, like... if you do all 5 cloth turn-ins, you need 300 of each cloth. And if you're not buying them off the auction house, it's kind of hard to get that much. Like, I think I only have enough wool cloth for 3 full turn-ins. But it's essentially each major city, so Exodar, Darnassus, and Stormwind each have 1 NPC you can do all the cloth turn-ins at, and then Ironforge has 2 different factions, the dwarves and the gnomes, that you can do cloth turn-ins at. So it's not really worth going all the way to freaking Exodar to do the cloth turn-ins, but with Stormwind, Ironforge, and Darnassus, you're gonna be in those cities anyways at various points in time, and from the 50s or the late 40s onward. So, whenever you start getting an excess of Mage Weave and Rune Cloth and stuff, you can kind of turn it in whenever you want for an XP boost. I'm not going to have any Rune Cloth anytime soon, but just doing the wool, the silk, and the Mage Weave, will give me a little bit extra experience when I'm back in Ironforge. And since I'm trying to get towards 50 for Mangle, it seems like a good time to make use of that boost, since I'm going to be in that town anyways. What does it end up being? I think it ends up being like 17 or 18, so it would probably be like 90k total XP. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I think it's somewhere around like 18,000-ish if you do all the cloth turn-ins in each available area. It's just when you're going through the game solo, it's kind of hard to get that much wool cloth. Just because there's only a small amount of time where mobs actually drop a bunch of wool cloth. So I had like a couple hundred wool cloth, but I didn't have enough to do 300 wool cloth worth of turn-ins in every area. But if you're just buying it off the auction house, then it's probably worth doing. If you have the spare money and stuff for it. The interesting thing about Hinterlands is it has one of the worst inns ever.
Each day is a blessing. Warm wishes to you,
So I
Arcanon Poros.
prefer keeping my hearth just in Ironforge and then going back after all this. Even though if it had a normal inn, it might be worth setting your hearth here so you could come back between quest circuits.
Here there.
But, so, this building is basically like the fortresses that you go to. Wait a sec, where is this thing? Did I miss a quest? Oh, I did, okay. So
Talk to me.
in Terran Mill,
Watch your back.
in the southeast of the zone, that area used to have all those elites. This building is like the same thing as that building, and so the innkeeper is way back, super far deep into this building, and he patrols around. So he's actually in different spots, to the point where you have to run around looking for him. So, like, setting your hearth in that place is terrible. It takes like sometimes a couple minutes to even find the innkeeper in the first place. And then when you hearth there, it takes you like another minute to even run out of the inn to get back out. It's just, I don't know, I just kind of find it funny. It seems like by far the worst inn in any area I've ever seen. In terms of like the travel time to actually get in and out of where the innkeeper is.
Great to meet you.
The downside of not setting our hearth here is that when we start doing some of these quests over on the east side, then we have to run all the way back here to turn them in, but I still feel like it's more of a time save overall to just hearth back to Ironforge at the end of this than to save ourselves a couple minutes of walking in this zone. And then I don't have to play hide and seek with the innkeeper, who's deep in that fortress somewhere wandering around. Yeah, get him, bear. Wow, 30-minute disease, huh? Alright. So we're doing these low-level quests first, so I can get these done before I ding 49, hopefully. There's also a quest where you have to kill a bunch of trolls that are really low-level as well, so we'll probably be doing some more bear AoE pulls for that. I can't remember if any of these trolls are casters. Let me check on this one here. Before I do like a giant 5 pull and have things casting spells at me. Let's see. It doesn't seem like they are. Oh, they're ranged. Okay, so still not the greatest mobs for grouping up, but it's definitely not as hard to group up ranged mobs as it is to group up casters, that's for sure. Try to focus down the ones that enrage. Yeah. Still one necklace short, but it shouldn't matter because there's more trolls we have to kill down this way anyways. We'll eventually run into another necklace. Main reason we go into that area is to open the cages for that other quest. And this feather quest is from Darnassus. Definitely want to do this one too, because it leads to future quests as well. I occasionally play retail. Like I'll usually play for a little bit right when a new retail expansion comes out, but not hardcore or anything. I kind of like playing Mythic Plus a little bit, and there was one retail expansion where I did Mythic rating, but outside of that, I didn't really heavily get into the retail expansions. From Kata onwards. I was mostly a vanilla through Wrath player. would probably play more retail when new expansions come out. If you have like a dedicated group of people that you know that all like pushing keys and M+, I enjoy that aspect of retail, but most of the times I've done M+, kind of getting the same group of people to play at a regular basis was the hard part. I ended up having to do a lot of like M+ pugging. But it's fun when you're playing with all people you know. I had one expansion where I had some top 10 US keys, but then all the other retail expansions where I was trying to do M+, I just like couldn't get a group to stay together and play regularly, so it was like a bunch of pugs, so my IO score and everything was not very high, other than that one season. Oh, I got a rare spawn. Can I kill this guy without aggroing every single troll in here at once is the real question. I'm not sure I can. I might just have to AoE pull that guy in bear. I'm not really sure I can attack him without getting at least 2 or 3 other trolls on me. All these random ass poisons are actually kind of wrecking me in bear form. What do we get? Ooh, defense rating. Even though we're higher level than a lot of the mobs we're killing for these quests, this zone is pretty good. I mean, nothing that we fight until we get one quest later we have to fight some high-level oozes. That one's a little bit tough, but all the rest of the stuff you can kind of just face roll through. Complete a bunch of these quests pretty quickly in the same general areas, mostly just collecting things or picking stuff up off the ground. Even just this one trip into Hinterlands here, I feel like it's pretty good overall XP per hour. Definitely feels like it's worth coming here. Despite having to kind of go a little bit out of your way to make the trip. Now on the Horde side, Hinterlands is maybe arguably like the best zone. So for Horde, you would never ever skip this place. But I think there's a lot less quests overall for Alliance here, and less good rewards, but it's still pretty decent. Alright, there's... Where's this other egg? Actually, I don't think I even need this egg spawn. I think there's 3 eggs, like, way up here in the mountains. We'll see. If I end up an egg short, I guess I can double back and pick this one up. Maybe I should have just bear pulled all this, because they're all pretty close to each other. Let's see if I can fight them one at a time or not. I guess not. Oh shit, I aggroed this one. Oh, okay, well, this is turning into a less than ideal pull here. That would have been way faster to just grab everything in bear form. Dude, I was having the same difficulty figuring out if they actually glowed or not. Because in my mind, which is, you know, not reliable, because you know, it's based on my memory 14 years ago, but in my mind, in late TBC, I thought that they made all the quest items glow. And this patch is based on late TBC, the one they're using for Classic, so I also thought that stuff should be glowing. Especially when you do with the underwater quests. I thought those should be glowing, but I'm not 100% sure if it was in. It might have been something that got added in like the Wrath of the Lich King pre-patch. Somebody was saying that that might have been when it got added. So I'm actually not sure if it's a bug or not that stuff doesn't sparkle right now. Alright, so this ooze quest is actually kind of difficult. Some of the oozes, I think, go up to like 48 or something. No, this is one of the only quests that we do here that actually has mobs around our level. Everything else is pretty easy, where you're just killing low-level stuff and picking things up off the ground. Kind of looting everything just in case I get the quest starter item for the robot chicken escort for this zone. We don't kill all that many mobs in this zone as Alliance though, so I'd not be too surprised if we don't see it. I would do more AoE pulls on these sledges, but we're already going to end up killing way more sledges than we need to, just because these higher level Jade Oozes are more rare. You can't really even kill 10 of these things without killing 10 green sledges as well, so you have to just go through them to get to these things. I'm not sure I can can AoE 3+ of these level 48 slimes. They do hit kind of hard. Maybe I'll try it just for science. Okay, let's see how bear form fares against 3 of these things. Oh my god, they're resisting all of my fairy fires. These things might be... Is Fairy Fire a nature spell? I think these things are like super nature resistant. Maybe that's why. Resist. Okay, yeah, I've got like 4 out of 5 Fairy Fires resisted so far against these things, so they must be insanely nature resistant. Do you only use Claw as a cat druid? No, no, no. You, I'll show you the rotation I use for right now. Once we're done with this bear pull, but Claw is basically one of the abilities you want to use the least. It's like you use Claw when nothing better is available. And at level 50, when we get Mangle, then you'll never use Claw at that point. But yeah, Claw is essentially the Sinister Strike of cats, and it's much better to use the cat version of Backstab, which is Shred. That ability is just way better and costs almost the same energy, which is why once we get the cat cheap shot, which is called Pounce, that's our standard opening. Because then we can get two shreds off. So my rotation for right now, for cat opening, is Pounce for the stun, then Fairy Fire, which got resisted, then 2 shreds. And then you can continue from there. Once we're level 50 and we get Mangle, it'll be Pounce into Fairy Fire, into Mangle, into Shred, and then spamming Mangle from that point on, plus the finisher. Okay, we're out of the Jade Oozes in this area, so let's move on to the next camp. Hopefully there's 5 more spawns over here. That's my preferred opening anyway. I've seen other druid guides that basically kind of tell people to just spam Claw and then spam Mangle later, but it's definitely the easy way to play, but it's certainly not the optimal way. It's a lot better to mix in the cat form of Backstab whenever possible. Jade Oozes are kind of extra tanky since it appears to be impossible to land a Fairy Fire on these things. We've got like 8 out of 9 resisted. Some of this terrain here is pretty weird. Just want to get up this hill. These are some of the more tanky mobs. Normally this opener will do a lot more damage before they get unstunned, but yeah, these things are super tanky and immune to fairy fire essentially, so they're taking quite a while to finish off. Yeah, I didn't think it was this insane. I've landed like 1 out of 12 fairy fire attempts. That's some ridiculously high nature resist. But yeah, I guess it's definitely no earth shock on these things. Oops. Guess I was wrong about... I thought I would just have 10 of these kills on the green sludges naturally by the time I finish the Jade Oozes, but... apparently there's a little spot over there where you don't have to fight any of these things. Oh, landed a fairy fire. Fortunately, the feral version of fairy fire does not take any mana, so you can... these AoE pulls, you can just like spam it every time the cooldown is up, and you have a free global open. Put it onto something. Oh my god, I'm getting actually destroyed by these things. Oh my god. Ooze is too strong for me. Oh yeah, I guess Thorns is nature too, huh? So these guys are probably like partially resisting that damage as well. Or maybe not, it does seem to be landing on them pretty consistently. Guess I don't really know what the hell any school is for druid abilities. Just assumed it was all nature, but who knows. Okay, we're almost done with all the killing we have to do in the zone. Kill like a couple things down here, and then we'll just run over and turn this stuff in on the very east portion. And then I can just hearth back to Ironforge from over here. Neither of these quests require you to return to town. And it doesn't look like we found the quest starter for the chicken. That's not that surprising. Probably only kill like 4 dozen mobs or so in this zone, whereas in Tanaris and Ferelas we kill hundreds. Unfortunately, Alliance doesn't have any quests that deal with this area over here. This area that used to be filled with the elite trolls. That's the main reason this zone is potentially the best zone in the game for Horde. Is that now on TBC, all those quests that were here that used to be elite are no longer elite. So they're really easy to do, but they still give experience and rewards as if they were elite. So Horde will just like roll into this zone, get an absolute ton of quests, get like 2+ levels of XP out of a bunch of easy quests, and get some super good item rewards that will last them like 15+ levels.
May the light embrace you. Safe journey.
You got my attention. Off with you.
Alright, one more level to go to the big mangle. Let's see. Anyone remember what my shaman time was at level 49? I assume I'm still like a few levels or a few hours behind my shaman's pace, but I think last time we checked was like the early 40s, so I was like 2.5 hours behind or something.
What can I do for you?
Well, we do have that nice mangle power spike coming up. Alright, now, the real question is, can I manage to not accidentally eat or destroy this thing in the next 5 levels before we end up back in Tanaris to turn it in? So next time I'm in Darnassus, now that I'm exalted, I should check and see what the total price is for training the epic ground mount. I think with exalted, I think it's like 500 something, like 540 or whatever. But, I should check that and make sure so that I have a gold target to shoot for. I certainly won't have 500 something gold prior to Outlands, but as we start clearing through the first handful of levels in Outlands, I might end up getting somewhere up close to that. I'm fairly positive that we can actually get the epic ground mount partway through Outlands, even playing solo self-found here. As soon as I get Mangle here next level, I'm immediately going to start going down the resto tree. This talent here, even though it's late in the tree, it's a pretty underwhelming talent, so I definitely don't feel the need to finish this off anytime soon. Ends up giving you like less than 0.5% of damage upgrade per point with our current crit rate. And the secondary effect of it, the avoiding AoE, is pretty much useless while leveling as well. It's kind of more of like a PvP talent. Alright, got some fat XP there and a 14 slot bag to replace one of my 8 slot bags we're still using. Big upgrades. Well, I think I meant to pick up this this quest from STV to pick up these, like this alcohol on the ground here. But I actually forgot to get that when I was there last. Probably not that big a deal though, because sometimes there's not very many spawns of that alcohol where it actually can take you a long ass time to finish. There's a lot of them over by the Horde town where you can't even really get to, so ideally I would have preferred to pick that up, but that quest is honestly like pretty close to the line of even being worth doing to begin with. Okay, goodbye forever to Hinterlands. Back to Ironforge.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
We're gonna be doing mostly Searing Gorge now for the next like level and a half or so, but let's
What's on your mind?
get some of these cloth turn-ins going, just to get me a little bit of a boost towards 50. We don't have to do them all at once. Like we can do the rune cloth turn-in portion of in this area later on once we actually have a bunch of rune cloth sitting around. Most of the XP comes from rune cloth, so this isn't gonna like rocket me towards 60 or anything. It's just gonna get me a little bit of extra experience.
Well met. Safe travels. See you soon.
I think the rune cloth turn-in is worth a little more XP than all three of those turn-ins combined for the lesser cloth.
Hey! You have a great day now. Off and away.
Some of these quests we're gonna do, but not for a while, so I'll pick some of this stuff up later.
No. Be good. Alright, we will be... What's on your mind?
The goal of Searing Gorge here is we're hoping it takes us all the way to 51.
Here there.
So we're gonna do pretty much every quest. There's a small handful of quests here where the order you do them kind of matters. Just because there's a couple quests that kind of that have you kill the same mobs in the same area to complete them. And they're like different parts of different chains, but Other than that small handful of quests, it doesn't really actually matter which order you do most of this zone in. You can kind of just run around completing whatever quests you want.
Light be with you.
For the most
Need
part.
help? Be careful.
This chain I like to progress at the start because it does line up with something later on. Oh, whoops, I forgot to listen to their RP.
Well met. Light bless you. Greetings. Go with honor, friend. What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
There's another mob that for some inexplicable reason is immune to nature but not to fire. Explain that one for me. These things are annoying to fight on both Druid and Shaman because they're just blanket nature immunity. A lot of these mobs here are pretty tanky, so getting to 50 for Mangle should help quite a bit. It's a very grindy zone in general. Got 3 different bleeds up. Our bleeds are going to do the majority of the heavy lifting on these high health pool, high armor, tanky mobs. Trying to mostly finish these the Flawless Flame quest first, because one of the follow-ups to that has to do with getting a rare drop off of these humanoid mobs. So even though the humanoid mobs are kind of lower level, I'm doing those quests a little bit later on so that I can have multiple steps of a quest chain completed by killing the same mob type. These super annoying nature resist mobs are the main ones we're looking for here. Just try to progress this quest chain. Yeah, there we go. Oh, whoops, my chat did that thing where it stopped updating again. Let's see, remember to kill the smiths for spyglass on cooldown. Oh yeah, you are correct about that one. Yeah, good reminder. That's... one of these quests, you have to get a pretty rare drop off of a mob where there's only like 4 or 5 spawns in the whole game of that mob. So, like Doctor was suggesting, you better start clearing those spawns out constantly as soon as you get into the zone, otherwise there's a good chance you'll finish the zone and have never seen the quest item. And it's certainly not efficient to be sitting around for 5 or 10 minutes waiting on just a handful of mobs to respawn over and over again. At that point, you're better off just abandoning the quest and moving on if you complete everything else before finishing it. Which is your favorite? Shaman's still my favorite in terms of like the amount of fun you have leveling a class. Just, I don't know, burst damage is fun to play. Seems like Enhancement Shaman has possibly the most burst damage of any class if you're playing solo self-found and not just have super good gear already. Ah, here we go. Yeah, this is... these Steam Smiths here are the only mob that drop this this rare quest item, the Smithing Turai, or however you pronounce that. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped to get to 50 here, especially since so much. This is a really good zone in general for both factions in terms of like XP per hour for all the quests here. But a lot of the quests are really grindy here, so getting Mangle in half a level will be a huge help just for my overall kill speed. Seems like there's definitely been at least one time where I've had to skip this quest completely because I completed every other quest in the zone and I still hadn't found the smithing item. Oh, I thought I got it there for a second, but it was this other quest starter item, which I'll also take. So we get a little bit of free XP for turning that in. So Questy's not updating, but at the outhouse where we already did some quests, get some free XP for getting that outhouse key. No, there it is. Yep, so we cleared out every spawn of those smithing dudes and we didn't get the drop, which is pretty standard. And that's why Doctor was suggesting that we clear these out as quick as possible so we can hit as many of the respawns as possible while we're in the zone here. It does have a really bad drop rate, especially for something that only drops off of like 5 mobs. I need some more Heart of Flames. Start looking for some of those fire elementals and the nature immune golems down this area. Well, this mob does insane damage. God, I almost wonder if for Druid there's a better way to squeeze like an extra half level in before I come to Searing Gorge. Because these mobs would be dying so much faster if I had Mangle. It might be more optimal to just start this zone as a Druid once he gets 50 instead of before 50. Even though I'm not exactly sure where you'd grab the extra half level of XP from. Might have to think on it. I guess you could go back after you get 48 from Tanaris. I guess you could go back to Ferelas and do a handful of those higher level quests. So the other rare spawn item, or rare drop item, you have to get for that one quest is from these lookouts. But there are a lot more spawns of these lookouts than there are of the smithing guys that we cleared out earlier.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Okay, now I can do some of the other steps where you have to kill a bunch of these humanoids. Yeah, let me see if these smiths over here have respawned yet. I think I want to wait for one more round of respawns and then drop down to the slave areas. How good they have. Okay. I was thinking about doing a giant AoE pull on all these slavers, but they do have an ability that blinds you, which would basically be up on me like full time if I pulled 4 of these things on a bear. Probably better to just single target them as cat. And if they blind me, it will probably just be at the end of the fight. Yeah, there we go. It does kind of suck doing all this super grinding for quests without Mangle when I'm so close to it. I might have to look back over this after the stream and see if I can like find a good spot to squeeze in an extra half level before this part. Probably be a lot more efficient if I actually had Mangle by the time I started all these grindy quests. Ranger Tunic of Agility, huh? 18 agility versus... yeah, that's definitely worth it. I'll drop 8 stamina for 6 agility, sure, why not? Very slight upgrade, but I'll take it. Oh. Cleared out 2 spawns of these smiths, and as usual, still haven't got the item. Oh, there's a couple more over here. Oh, whoops, that's not the way I wanted to go. Oh wow, I almost died from that fall damage. We pretty rarely get to 5 combo points. I'll usually just use Rip at like 3 combo points. 3 or 4, depending on... I mean, you get more combo points when you crit. But if I wait till 5 combo points, the mob's essentially going to be almost dead most of the time, unless both of my combo point generators crit. I got 4 this time. I prefer using Rip when you're just running from mob to mob, because then you can kind of pool energy while the dots and your auto attacks finish, so that you have full energy to open on the next mob. The problem with Ferocious Bite is that it drains all of your energy, so if there's another mob right after that you want to kill, you're like sitting at 0 energy when you start the fight. But if there's no other mobs to kill anywhere around you, then Ferocious Bite's a good finisher. Just doesn't really... It's not super efficient for when you're just killing a ton of mobs back to back. Until you know, have all the points in Furor later on, to where you get energy for shifting in and out of Cat. At that point it gets a lot better. Plus, once we get Mangle at 50, since all the bleed damage gets improved by 30%, even like a 3 or 4 point rip will pretty quickly bleed a mob out. It would definitely be super overkill, unless you're fighting like a boss or an elite quest or something. It's pretty unlikely you'll actually get to 5 combo points before the mob's just about dead. That could definitely change later once we get to Outlands, though. Am I scoring lots of points? Lots of XP points. Yeah, from level 36 onward, which is when you get Pounce, my single target is Pounce into Fairy Fire into... whoops. This was a scuffed pull. Pounce into Fairy Fire into double Shred, and then usually a finisher, like right after that, even if I only have 3 or 4 combo points. Just because if I wait for 5 combo points, the mob's basically going to be dead anyways, unless it's some kind of boss. And then once we get Mangle next level, Mangle will replace the first Shred in that opener. And then any time that you would use Claw, you'll use Mangle instead. It's a little more damage than I thought I was going to take there. Well, I highly recommend taking the Shred talent in the Feral Tree that reduces it to 42 energy costs instead of 60. It's like one of the best talents in the tree, in my opinion, for leveling. Even though I do see a lot of people say that Shred isn't good while leveling, I just wholeheartedly disagree with that. Just have to make sure to land a Pounce so that you can actually get your Shreds off. Okay, everything here is pretty much grouped, so it's... I'll just do my cat open here so you can see, but it's Pounce, Fairy Fire, double Shred. There you go. Then you'll have between 3 and 5 combo points based on if you crit or not. Then I pretty much immediately just rip, and then I let the bleed in my autos finish the mob off so that I have full energy for the next mob I fight. Rather than using Ferocious Bite, because then it drains your energy completely. Okay, let's try another spicy pull here. Oh shit, I forgot that takes you out of form. Trying to tank 4 mobs in caster form here. Okay, these pulls are not working out very well. It looks like the damage output on these things is too high to do 4 at once. That's our first death we've had in quite a while on the Druid. Just got a little too greedy on those AoE pulls. Those mobs actually do some pretty high damage. Yeah, and even after you get Mangle, Shred is still good because it gets a 30% damage boost when the Mangle debuff is on the mob. So I would still use Shred, but just like 1 Shred after the Mangle instead of 2 on the opener. Oh god, this is a terrible area to die in. I'm like getting lost on the way back. That's the that's not even the right cave. That's the one that has the incendisaurs in it. Okay, this is, yeah, I think this is the way back. Okay, lesson learned: do not try to do giant YOLO pulls deep in these caves because these runbacks are pretty bad. Starfire heal bear rotation? I don't know what that means. If you mean just casting a Starfire at the start, I didn't even actually train Starfire just to save money, because in Solo Self-Found it's you don't have enough money for mount unless you skip some stuff. So for AoE bear pulls, I usually just Moonfire everything, and then put the demoralizing roar on stuff, and then just kind of spam swipe. Maybe a rejuve or a regrowth before the mobs get on me, but apparently that's a bad idea down here because these mobs do so much more damage than I'm used to taking on bear form. Must be these taskmasters must just be the ones that are wrecking me. Yeah, normally the bear is a lot tankier, where it can handle between 3 and 5 mobs at once without much problem. I just didn't realize the damage output on these taskmasters was so high. Like, even just on a 3 pull, these things are absolutely wrecking me in bear form. The way the poles are structured down here is not super great. They're all in like packs of 2, which are a little too much for cat. Like, you can kill 2 mobs as a cat, it's just not very efficient. And then it's like too little for bear form, but I can't survive pulling 4 of these mobs, so things in groups of 2 are actually kind of annoying. Unless you can pull 4 of them and not die, but that appears to not be the case for these mobs. One sec, my cat's yelling at something. Be right back. Okay. No disaster averted. It's an enemy cat hanging out in our lawn, apparently just causing our cat to lose its mind. Basically I used Rake. Rake is very, very slightly better than Claw. If the mob is going to live for at least 9 seconds, and if you can't use backstab. But that's all going to change shortly. Once you get Mangle, then you pretty much never use Rake again. So on like a quarter of a level here, Claw and Rake will basically be removed from our bars forever. And at that point, you'll just use Mangle whenever you're using a random ability that isn't, you know, your opener or a shred or a finisher. Let's try to farm that honor. Now there's like bunnies and deer and stuff just all over the place in our yard here all the time. The cat peacefully coexists with all those things and doesn't mess with them, but any other cat, and he just loses his mind. Okay, I'm hoping that when I finish this quest, one more quest, when I go turn everything in, it might get me to 50, to where I can start having Ravage, or sorry, Mangle for the rest of this zone. Should be a pretty big help. Well, I mean, there are guides. Like, there's plenty of Druid guides. I looked at some stuff on Wowhead and, Icy Veins and stuff when I was starting this. The problem is that most of them are bad, and they give you bad talent builds and bad rotation, I guess, information. So, I guess I could make one, because your rotation kind of changes as you level. I guess I could make one for Druid and put it in my Discord at some point. So I guess if you want to link to the Discord, just hit !Discord. Sometime in the next couple days, I'll try to throw together like a kind of how the Druid rotation changes as you level. Like when you get new ranks of things. That'll throw it in there in the guide section. Yeah, most of the stuff I saw on other sites, it was all like just general statements that weren't completely true, like, oh, you never use Tiger's Fury, or, you never use Shred, and always use this ability, just kind of like lazy stuff like that, when in reality there's like certain level ranges where all of those abilities are useful. It just kind of depends, as the new abilities and as your talents change and stuff like that, your optimal rotation will change as you level. It doesn't change very much after 36. Like 36, when you get Pounce, your single target rotation is the one I've been using this whole time. And then once we get Mangle at 50, it changes, with one ability. But it's mostly the same from like the mid levels onward. But the early level, where you're getting early levels where you're getting new ranks of abilities all the time, and just like brand new abilities, then it changes a lot between like 20 and the mid 30s. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll try to get that up sometime in the next day or two. Maybe a talent build also. Oh man, Mangle, so close. Let's see. Okay, I'm kind of curious, just for science, if I can AoE these things. They do have fireballs, but I think they cast them pretty irregularly. Let's see how Bear does here with a triple pull. Oh man, maybe they do. Okay. Maybe they do cast them a little more than I thought, but they don't seem to do a ton of damage. Like most casters, fireballs would hit for like hundreds of damage. These ones don't seem to hit that hard. Oh man. The thing that kind of sucks about these indoor areas is that you don't get your cat movement speed bonus. Sometimes I'm getting too close to these things before going into stealth. Yeah, cat farm is very, very squishy. To the point where usually when there's even two mobs together, my first reaction is usually to look for a third and fourth mob to do like a bear AoE pull, rather than do a cat opening into two mobs. Probably won't be as bad once we get Mangle, as then it's not as big a deal if you can't get the opener on one of the mobs. Oh my god. I hate when Pounce misses. Yep, we're still rocking the servo mechanic sledgehammer. There shouldn't be any upgrade to this available till Outlands, so we'll probably replace this at 58, but I can't see I don't think there's anything, you know, outside of raids or whatever that you can get solo that you would want to replace this with prior to Outlands. Actually, let me take a slight detour from my usual route here. Just gonna run up, turn this in, and head back around and turn in the rest of the stuff. I just want to get to 50 as quick as possible right now. Sometimes I'll kind of finish all the quests for the most part before I start turning things in. Like for Shaman, for example, doesn't get like a super huge level 50 power spike or anything. Yeah, Shamanistic Rage doesn't return all that much mana in the early game. But for Druid, Mangle's pretty important, so let me just run around and turn all this stuff in here and try to desperately get to 50 as quick as possible. The quest is a pain. Oh, I mean, yeah, the quest is a huge pain, but it's less of a pain on Druid than on like any other class. Imagine doing that quest without like aquatic form or shaman water walking or water breathing or something. And at least the quest rewards from that water area last you like 20 levels. Fair price for Primal Fire? Oh, I have no idea at this point. I farmed super hard like the first week of TBC, and then I pretty much haven't farmed since then because I got enough money for all the stuff I needed. So I don't really know what primals go for anymore. I mean, they were going for like upwards of 100 G that first week, but I imagine they're probably like way down at like 20 or 30 now, but I couldn't really tell you what the going rate is. Maybe someone in chat farms them more frequently these days. Knows what an appropriate price is. Oh god, server shut down, that's right. Forgot it's Tuesday. Okay. Shit, I gotta get mangled, at least try mangle out here before the server shutdown happens. Random rare spawn over here. Let's see. Pretty close to finishing the golem quest as well, if I end up needing extra experience. Oh shit. Look at us just getting upgrades off of rare spawns. Where's that thing? Okay, we need 2 more of these things to turn in this quest. We do one more round of killing these steam smiths here. Fucking backstab bug. I saw something about Alliance getting some random, like, gift basket when they win a battleground now. Do I use a macro? Nah, no macro. Just pounce, hit fairy fire, and then just hit shred normally. I mean, I have macros for most of my abilities in general, just to make sure I use the highest ranks, but stuff like shred and pounce automatically updates to the highest rank, so you don't technically need a macro for those. We still haven't found that quest item after 3 times clearing out all of the mobs that drop it. Right. You do have to have pretty much full energy in order to actually get the 2 shreds off before the pounce stun wears, so it's one of the reasons you don't see me use Ferocious Bite all that much is that when I'm running mob to mob, I won't be able to do my opener if I'm like super low on energy when I start the fight. That's why I tend to like using Rip and then just letting the mob bleed out while I auto attack and pool up energy for the next mob.
Greetings for the Alliance.
But another 6 levels or so, and we have a Furor. It won't be as big of a deal, because when you use Ferocious Bite, you can just power shift with Furor, and you'll have an extra 40 energy. So it's not quite as bad to use Ferocious Bite at that point.
How are you?
Oh shit.
Watch your back.
That green I was so happy to find, it lasted like 10 minutes before we found a much better upgrade from Quest.
You got my attention. Talk to me. Interest you on a pint? How are you? Off with you.
Holy shit, we made it. Level 50, boys. Give me that fat mangle. Okay. Hill is Mangle. Cat. Basically replace Claw and Rake now with that. Okay, let's try another opener now that we have this. Okay, here we go. And then at this point, now that I bleed the mob, the mob should like bleed out really fast with the Mangle additional damage. To the point where I can just like, unless I need to loot something from them for a quest, I can kind of just like leave them behind me bleeding out like that. I'm still trying to get used to the new button rotation. Well, it's definitely a considerable upgrade over Claw in terms of damage. You just saw the Mangle crit for like 400 something against this pretty tanky golem. But honestly, it's like the debuff of Mangle is just as good. It makes all your bleeds do 30% more damage, and it makes your shred do 30% more damage. Oh, my rip just missed, but so yeah, you have a couple bleeds going, and then the mobs just kind of like bleed out behind you from the Mangle debuff as you move along. Like that. So it lets you kind of go mob to mob a lot easier, unless you need to loot it. But essentially, the majority of the damage we do from this point in the opener onwards, whoops, my Mangle missed, but it gets amplified by like 30% damage. On top of it just doing more damage than Claw anyways. So it's not like we're killing things instantly, but I mean, if you guys remember how long it was taking me to kill these when we first got to the zone, like, these things are pretty tanky. There we go, on the mob that isn't as tanky. I've got the bleeds and stuff going on it, so this mob should just bleed out as I swap over and start killing the other one. Okay, almost done with those. Let me check over here, see if some of these mobs have respawned for the smithing quest item before the server goes down here. Let's see if there's enough time to... My hearth is set right next to this zone anyway, so I can just come back here after. I want to log out real fast so it actually saves my changes in macros and stuff I've made. Okay, well, I suppose that's a good spot as any to stop. We just hit Mangle, so we're getting to a nice power spike now. Yeah, go ahead and give the channel a follow if you haven't yet. I will, so I've got Karazhan tomorrow, or tonight, I guess. And then as soon as I'm done with that, I'll start the Druid run again, since... Now we're getting to the fun parts of Druid. 50 plus is should be going quite a bit faster now, especially as we start getting some new ranks of Shred and stuff as well. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in, and I should be doing more regular nightly streams and stuff now. So I'll try to get some Druid leveling going just about every night now till we hit 70, hopefully, as long as nothing comes up. So, yep, thanks again, and we'll see you guys tomorrow night for the probably not going to get all the way to Outlands level on the next stream, but I think we're probably just like 2 streams away from Outlands at this point. So I will catch you guys next time.